Alright, welcome back everyone. So, with Days of Ruin essentially tapped out, we're shifting Mystery Dungeon over here, and until I get a better grasp of just how much of this post-game campaign is left, I think I want to do 2 days of it, so we're gonna also keep doing it on Wednesday. Hi Yoshi.
And now,
Hey, thanks for the resub, Knight. I keep forgetting to... Because I have to do this for every single screen I have for set up for mobs. I keep forgetting to enlarge the alerts for every single one of these screens. Anyway, thanks for the 48-month resub, Night. It's crazy. School's making you mad again. Seems like they're very proficient at doing that. Anyhow, I guess before we get started, I do want to note that because of work jank, like this upcoming Friday may or may not be resetless. Um, just because I may have to actually do a deployment on that day. So, um, the upshot from that is regardless of, I guess unless something goes super horribly wrong and I have to rearrange my week, the assuming that's not going to be a thing, the following week I actually have off, so I think I'm going to do another one of those weeks where we do slightly longer streams and a couple of extra streams. So that probably means starting a couple hours early, depending, and then I'll probably add Monday, Tuesday. And what we'll likely do with that is, I'm thinking I'm gonna do an Awakening Bootcamp day. 'Cause I think I need to do a little bit more practice on some of this stuff, so I'm not so slow. And we'll do an actual Resetless day. We'll do the usual... Well, I guess what's going to be the usual 2 days of Mystery Dungeon, and then we'll have a wildcard day to kind of do whatever, I guess. Maybe I'll see if I can get the Dazzle running for Halo. You're at 44. It must have been a few months where you forgot to subscribe while you were still on Prime. Probably, yeah. I know it's easy to forget that kind of stuff, so... I don't mind at all. My job is I'm basically hybrid developer IT support, which means sometimes things are a little bit volatile. That also is why I end up on call a lot, because the support part of my job demands that kind of stuff. Get this, you're forced to take this 8-week course, and their assignment this week seems to have you buying some third-party training program and submitting the results. That's gross. I'm trying to think, if there is ever... Oh hey, my mic's actually... Alright, I'm redlining a bit. I should... Let's turn the gain down. Alright, sorry if I'm blasting anyone's ears out who has headphones. But apparently, the mic's back to the normal whatever compared to Friday, where it seemed like it was impossibly low. I'm not really sure why it was like that. Anyhow, I'm trying to think of any point at which I had to get software for when I did university. I don't think I ever had to buy anything mid-semester. Usually if there was going to be any kind of cost like that, they put it up front as a requirement for the class, and then 95% of the time I had to pay the really terrible bookstore prices. You get the site they linked and you make an account. You use your school email because they said you'd get a discount, but you didn't. Ah, that sucks. I would definitely send a complaint to your, I guess either your prof or the head of the department. I'm not exactly sure who would be more appropriate for handling financial stuff like that. Alright, so, last we left off, we're trying to figure out what to do with Regigigas and his music box. I guess if we're being entirely fair, I haven't been back to the Buried Relic since that first time, but I was definitely not really... Or I was definitely surprised that Regigigas was not waiting on the 99th floor the first time. Hey, you didn't get anything when you purchased? Ooh, that's a yikes. Yeah, also send a complaint to the site that sold you the software. I guess maybe we bring the Absol? I don't think it was software, but access to courses on the weird website. Okay, well, that's still... that's still something you should complain about, because not getting the product you paid for is definitely not great. Hmm. So we didn't get a cutscene or anything there. Well, I guess I'll just explore and see if we get a prompt to do anything. I don't know what they made you buy. If that's the case, I would definitely start with a complaint to your prof. Because if you don't, if you're not sure what you're complaining about to the website that sold you that stuff, they may not respond very well. Feel like you paid 20 bucks plus tax for nothing. I mean, that's probably because you technically did pay 20 bucks for nothing at this point. So, for sure, I think you should lodge a complaint. And start with your prof to see if they can also help you figure out what you're supposed to have. Well, the best way to figure it out is probably to ask. Try following the instructions on the assignment page as best you could. I mean, historically, from the sound of things, the instructions there are typically not that great, right? So... seems like something that may require a bit more of a specialized approach. Oh wow, that Wismir survived. I was waiting for it to despawn from taking that hit. It's like, wait a second. It didn't actually faint. I feel the need for speed. This is gonna be a long exploration if I keep having to cover basically the entire floor for each set of stairs. Especially since some of the later floors get kinda long. Or rather large. On the plus side, lots of sparkly floors, so quite a few chances at stat-based days. Which I will for sure not complain about. So I guess since we're not really given any extra clues here by the game, first thing we'll do is work our way down to, I think it was 415 we fought the first Reggie on. And see if there's anything special there. Oh good, we're into stupid seismic tossing things again. Hey, your teacher for your intensive writing course makes you use his website to get homework instructions instead of the school one. That sounds like something that would violate some kind of policy. Fine, I guess it's not like that stops people from doing it, but still, you probably shouldn't. Because I have heard stories about, like, companies in my field having people use, like, Google Docs and stuff for, storing company information and whatnot, which is definitely not a good idea. This isn't the first time? Well, that's perhaps unsurprising, but also not good. But, okay, well, that's an interesting warp. But yeah, you should really complain about that. Ow. Jeez, imagine if I stayed in the room. You tried? What was their response? Okay, less enemies than I expected left here, but at the same time, I'm pretty sure they murdered each other. It's hard to tell what was going on in the room because I could only see half of it. Okay, we probably don't need the Snarl TM. It's fairly common. Nothing or an empty apology. Ah. That's unfortunate. Wow, this is actually probably best used on me, surprisingly. Hey, Ken. Who'd you send the complaint to, anyway, when you were, trying to report it? Because if, say you sent to the department head and they were unwilling to do much about it, you could try sending to the dean after. Okay, I'm gonna do this so that I can use the citrus berry too. Just call me Chonkasaur. Man, there's so many warp traps. Just recruit a bunch of hits. I'm sure this amazing normal flying spam will be a great threat to Regigigas. Surprised Geodude tanked at that. He must have only had 10 hit points at best left there. Because these enemies aren't that high level. Why do all these Geodudes have earthquakes? I don't remember them having earthquake the last time we were here. Oh, it's got sturdy ability. Well, that's lame. I feel like you shouldn't be giving an AoE spammer a miracle ability. Oh, I don't know what's going on in there. I don't know if I want to know. Riled up messing these guys up. Everyone's sturdy was completely trash and only worked on moves with one-hit KO conditions. I wasn't aware that was actually how it was. But I guess that really speaks to how not knowledgeable I am about some of the mechanics added in the interim generations. Get riled up and murder a ghastly with poison attacks. It's a really strong buff for a lot of things. I see. Sky needed that buff. Man, that... I find that a little bit humorous since, I'm not really familiar with the main games, but in Go, Skarmory completely dominates the Great League in PvP. Alongside a few other things, but still. Okay, I guess Regirock's back? Alright, well... Alright, he's a small target for whatever reason. Think about that for a second. The giant golem robot thing is a small target. Alright, bring it. Just keep raising my attack. Damn it, Hoot Hoot. I pushed you out of the way so you wouldn't get yourself killed. Oh, Okay, I guess now the Reggies are joining us. So... I guess like with the other legendaries, our brave fighting convinced them to join us. So maybe that's what we need to do. Maybe we need to recruit the other Reggies first and then use a music box or something. Okay. Let's use refresh. I also find it interesting that Mr. Mime apparently has something that hates specifically on dragons. Yeah, I imagine if we had like just brought our two mons, the third slot could probably have the Reggie join up in it, but that's just speculation on my part. So I guess if nothing else, we'll end up recruiting the Reggie, Rock, Ice, and Steel, but still, I'd like to actually figure out what's going on with Regigigas here. But I get the feeling we won't really be able to until we've dealt with the other three Reggies yet again. Reggie's already yet another in a long line of trio of mid-tier legendaries, only one of them is good. Oh, which one? Because in Go, two of them are usable, although actually only one of them is considered top tier. So that, I guess that technically still fits the description. Damn it. Which one has the best type? I mean, can always surprise. There can always be a surprise, but I did sort of assume it would be Registeel. For a competitive standpoint, Registeel was outright the best, Rock was and Ice and Gigas were bad. I see. So in Go, Registeel is kind of a dominant in the first two leagues. And wasn't even really good enough to handle Ultra League before Niantic introduced the XL Candy mechanic. I mean, I guess he was still sort of okay there, but... Or no, wait, no, actually, sorry, it was... I'm thinking of something else. Oh. I think it was always usable in Ultra League, but... what? The XL Candy would actually maybe sort of be useful in Master, but probably not. But the one that was kind of okay for Master League in Go is actually Reggie Ice. Because of the volume of meta centralizing dragons. So just having something that was ice and bulky actually potentially really messed up some of those teams. Your kitty left. Well, that's as kitties are wont to do, right, cat? Ice isn't the greatest defensive typing. Yeah. Wow, I guess because of the PV regen here, we actually don't need to use these that much. I guess we'll refill Vorminax's Shadow Ball, and then we'll use the Elixir on me. You recall Regice being the best of the three back when they were usable. I see. That's surprising for one that's Ice type. Cause I really feel like being Ice type is just like putting a "please kick me" sign on your back. This is back when all type moves are the same physical special per type. Ah, I see. It's like for the very little PvP I've done in Go. Or I guess do these days. There was a period where I was trying to figure it out, but what happened from that is I figured out that I didn't like it at all. But I was doggedly using Alolan Ninetales before Niantic buffed it. Which considering those leagues tend to favor Steel type, it was a very interesting trial. But damn it if I wasn't gonna use my purple Ninetales. Alright, sure. We'll take an Abra. Pretty sure we already have one, but who cares? Jeez. Alright, so when we outlevel a dungeon, we actually don't really need much for PV recovery. At least as long as we've got my rare quality that recovers PP. Ah. I was hoping that Aeron would kill itself on me with that takedown. Yeah, rock for sure seems like it's also a pretty sketch type. But at the same time, at least it has some kind of resistances, whereas ice is just like, yep, I resist myself. Ain't that just cool? Wait, does every Abra on this floor have a max ether? What the heck? It's like 3 in a row, that can't be coincidence, right? Just get warped behind my party, sure. Damn it, stupid grudge trap. Although, these guest Hoot Hoots and the Abra can't actually have their PP reduced. Because they've got infinite. Anyway, defensively, rock types are carried by their fire resistance. Yeah, that makes sense. Speaking of Abra, still can't believe you find a shiny one and go. Like I said, you just got the touch. Granted, I hate to rain on the parade there, is that Abra's actually had a community day, so it's not a particularly rare shiny, too. You can't let you got on Let's Go. It's your 3rd shiny Abra you've encountered. I see. Yeah, there's the boots in Psychics for Go right now. Usually they do, when they introduce something, they take one or both of its typings and say, hey, here's some other stuff that's of the same type as the Spotlight Pokemon that we're introducing. Just in case you don't own enough of those. Hooray. Gaining levels here when we're like 20 levels above the enemy. That moment when I get hit for 17 super effective damage. It seems like Project Chonkosaur is actually sort of working out. Arcanine is underrated. Arcanine will always be top floof doggo, though. I actually have a perfect Arcanine in Go, too. It's just... Unfortunately, Niantic really screwed its moveset over. So I don't use it for anything other than gym clearing. Oh hey, I actually run an invitation this time. Aha! That's not what I was expecting in there, but okay. Although I suppose I had to have kind of guessed that there wouldn't be, a Jinx every time. I figured it would probably be random to some degree. You did one battle in Go Battle League and you said, no, I hate this. Yeah, it's not a terribly well-made system. Like, I did several seasons just to make sure I gave it a proper chance, and the mechanics are not very good. But I guess that's kind of unsurprising, because the way... Phew, I think I caught that just in time to block out my sneeze. But, the way Go does its battle system is not remotely conducive to any kind of PvP. I don't think we need another Joy Ribbon. I'm pretty sure we've already got like 4 or 5 of these in the bank. Like, that's more than we need to cover 2 teams at this point. You've been sneezing constantly this week. Or weekend. Yeah, fall allergies. I normally don't have a problem with the fall ones myself. It's usually... I used to get a mild case of hay fever when I used to mow lawns on the side for extra money. But, that was mostly a spring and summer thing. But there's... We've had some wildfires around here. They're relatively mild compared to what's going on in most other places, but it's enough that sometimes the smokes come in and not being really great in general. So I'll be right back. Alright, sorry about that. Whatever it was that set that sneeze off just made my nose decide it was time to turn into a faucet. You're just trying to get yourself enough candies for a cricketune. I think outside of events, those are usually pretty common. So once the psychic stuff is over, I don't think you should have much trouble finding that candy. Oh boy, who's standing in the doorway fighting stuff? I guess we better go help it. Hoot hoot, you berserker, where are you going? No, not Hoot Hoot. Alright, we'll save it from its stupidity once, but I'm not gonna use another reviver seed after that. Okay, seriously, get over here. Too many chests here. Welcome to the captivating mystery house. Sure, why not? Let's recruit it. And waking up with blood in your mouth from nosebleeds, yikes. Sorry to hear that. Yeah. Hoot Hoot has infinite PP to spam the uproar. Which, I think the Hoot Hoots are now stuck. It's definitely not as potent as Earth Power or Discharge, but I guess if it's got infinite PP, at some point it's gonna kill stuff, right? You wish Kricketot had better, or Kricketina had better stats, but you don't want to see it get a regional variant or Evo because its design is already perfect. Isn't it? It's kind of too bad. You can say that about a lot of Mons, right? Like, I wish its stats were better so that it was actually usable. I might actually need to use a max elixir. Maybe we'll use a max elixir now then. Use that and pick up the Oranberry. And Cat murders the crap out of the Hypno. That early Shadow Ball investment has for sure paid off dividends. God, I almost want to kick the Hoot Hoots off my team just because Uproar is starting to get a bit annoying. Yeah, Intruder Word, Exterminate. You really didn't learn your lesson the first time, did you? Oh, I guess we're just gonna see Uproar spam here, too. Yeah, bro, you should not be there. I do like how little the Aeron took from that. I know it's got resistances too, or double resist to ice, I think it is. It feels really silly for this tiny Aeron to stand there and tank Regice like it's nothing. You like fire types and you like doggos, which is why Growlithe and Arcanine are your favorite. Makes sense. I mean, in general, I think Growlithe and Arcanine just have a good design. Alright, well, because this amuses me, we're gonna heal the Aeron. Because it's basically untouchable. Yes, Regice is slowly chipping it to death, but I'm amused by it embarrassing Regice here. $105 Iron Hand. You've always been the person who loves water type or water stuff, which is why you gravitate towards water types. Despite that, you have a tradition of always picking the grass type as your or grass type your first run through a region as a reference to your ancient Ruby fire file where you pick Trico. Ah. Jennifer is Empoleon, who you're not big on, but Torterra you absolutely love. Makes sense. Yeah, the Aeron got buffed because he got at least 3 stages of attack up from Riled Up. I'm one of those people who ended up playing Pokemon because I watched the anime first, so it's one of those ones where technically my first choice is electric because I would have gone for the Pikachu, but there was no yellow version when I started playing, so I did Charmander instead. But I think I do. I think I end up in gravitating towards fire designs in general too, because like I like Charmander and Charizard, well, Charmeleon less so, and Growlithe, and the original Vulpix. Hated. Regice wants to join. It's so lonely. No one wants it. Except some of those weirdos in Pokemon Go Master League. Yes, ice typing has become quite fluffy. Welcome back, Cat. There was actually a point where I wanted to build my Regice to be a bit trolly in Master League when I still cared about actually doing Go PvP. Is that I got a perfect Regice just like really randomly when I was farming experience. Back when my account was relatively new. And hilariously, it's the first perfect legendary I've gotten. So I almost feel obligated to power it up at some point. Socks rubbed against your leg, so you petted him and he was purring, then he got the zoomies and ran off. That's how it always goes, isn't it? That's something that Asuna does, but I guess less so Zumi's than because she's easily distractible. When she's in my lap, she can usually see and or hear what's that in the courtyard. So if it gets her attention, she's just like, nope, you're boring, I'm gonna go see what's going on over there. Itzy doesn't get the zoomies. Really? That's a very rare thing. So I think a cat has to have a very, very docile personality to not actually get the zoomies at any point. Your taste in design has shifted so much in the past few years, and you feel like it started in high school when Shinsino became your third favorite Pokemon. Not sure I'm familiar with that one. For being so wasteful of these ethers and elixirs, but when we'd otherwise just leave them on the floor, I guess it's better to be inefficient than completely waste them. Oh, right. The evolves from Minchino. I forgot about that. I guess is it bad that I kind of forgot that Minchino exists, even though Go had a event completely revolve around it at one point. Although, I think I've said it before, I feel like Pokemon suffers from having too many Mons, so it's so easy to forget about 90% of them. Trevor watched football with you today and he barked when the Vikings lost. You were like, me too, buddy, me too. Poor Turbo. And you. Okay, do you think that's enough enemies? Wow, they spawned in the room below us too. What the heck? I'm confused. Why did that one trap spawn a million enemies? I don't think I have any crowd control orbs aside from the one-shot orb that I use, and that only hit the top set. Actually, I guess we can back Vormanix up here to make this less stupid. You're a reason Pokemon player, you started doing Gen 6 and your first game was Gen 3 Remake. You never played Gen 1 until Let's Go Eevee. But at least you're familiar with Gen 1, right, Invid? Because Go... at least... even from when I started playing Go fairly late in its life, it felt like they were leaning pretty heavily on Gen 1. Well, that's why we're locked out of moves. Everyone line up so you can die to quick attack. Are we done? Okay, that was incredibly stupid. I'm not sure if I'll get the Gen 4 remake. I might. I guess I'm kind of on the fence. I'm not, as into Pokemon as some of the people here. But, I haven't played, like, any of the interim gens. Like, if we don't count the Mystery Dungeon stuff. I haven't done with much of anything between, like... Well, actually, I guess since I haven't even played Shield yet, I haven't done anything with the mainline games since Gen 1. So, Gen 4, I might just end up playing because I've never played it before. And funnily enough, because of that, I think if I'd played Gen 4 previously, I'd be less inclined to get it. Although there still would be a chance of me getting it. Like, see, let's go in relation to Gen 1. Too much stuff to carry. Okay, I think I'd rather have a heal over Blast Seed, so we'll leave the Blast Seed behind. Contrarian Knights of the Old Republic remake now? What? But why? Okay. You both need Shadow Ball refills. Stupid grudge traps. Especially grudge traps that spawn 20 Pokemon. Like, what? What even? Wait, it's a PS5 exclusive? Okay. Although, actually, come to think of it, wasn't it an Xbox exclusive when the original released? Lots of speculation it'll be FF7 remix style, I see. The original is too much of a risk. We need to sell what we know sold before. I mean, it's not entirely wrong. It's like, unfortunately, that rule that's dominated Hollywood sneaking into the video game industry, too. But, I mean, if I'm being entirely fair, I can't completely blame them. Because I'd be pretty afraid to lose millions of dollars, too, in an investment. Just realized you've had your oldest stuffed animal for almost 20 years. You got legs when you were 6. Ah. I think I've got a few. Damn it, what happened to Hoot Hoot? What's going on back there? I think we'll leave it, I guess. But yeah, I think I've got a few stuffies stored somewhere that are probably about as old or more. I'd have to dig them out of the closet, but I'm pretty sure I still got a couple of them. Cute little German Shepherd, aha. Yeah, 7 Remake's for sure a good thing. I mean, part of it is that they put a whole bunch of extra effort into it. And I guess the thing about that is, like, 7 Remake is kind of the exception rather than the rule. Like, think about how many re-releases Square's done. How many of the other ones are like Remake? Or 7 Remake? But like, on the other hand, if all remakes were or re-releases were of the same quality as 7 Remake, I'd be all for it then. Oh, like Skyrim where they just kept releasing the same game. I know, right? I think I've joked before that Skyrim is the new Doom. Yeah, 7's definitely pretty outdated. Like, to be fair, they had to use a lot of tricks because figuring out like full 3D on the PlayStation at the beginning of its life cycle, that would have been a pretty daunting task. So I don't blame them for like having to take shortcuts that definitely haven't held up. I mean, heck, some of the stuff like the low polygon count is something I picked up on right away back when it actually first released. Like I've always called the overworld sprite hands hoop hands because that's all they've ever looked like to me. Damn it. I hit Y and I thought it would turn me towards the hoot hoot, but I was pointed to the left for some reason. Till Xbox got sticky. Well, hooray for the deluxe or the trap triggering against something that it completely fails to have any effect on. Ow? Who got nailed there? Okay, seriously. Can we stop having to fight every spawn? I think rip Wii U in general. Its story is kind of tragic. Yeah, I guess we'll use this to give... Oh, never mind. Cat and Vorminax are both above 100 health. Okay, maybe we'll swap it with something? Actually, I know what we can do. Let's eat an apple. They threw FE8 onto the ambassador, or yeah, onto the ambassador program for the 3DS. But isn't that because they screwed up the online, so they were trying to placate people? Hey, good night, Nate. Thanks for watching. Have a good sleep. It wasn't the online, it was an $80 price kit 3 months after launch. Ah, I see. But the point is that they were placating people because they done screwed up. You think there are people who would kill their own grandmas so you could get an official mother, or to get an official Mother 3 release? You know, considering what I know about that game being pretty cynical about things, that's a darkly hilarious statement. .3DS launched with no games and a pre-alpha system menu, yikes. Which caused it to perform horribly for the first few months, and Nintendo had to do a massive price cut. Ambassador was the apology to early buyers for that. After a year or two, the menu was better and the library had really started to take off. Oof. Yeah, I guess since I didn't buy in until, like, the XL was coming out, I missed all of that. You don't think the Mother franchise is cynical? It's surprisingly hopeful about things. I mean, Earthbound seemed that way, but, like, from what I've read about Mother 3, like, it has a very different tone from Earthbound. Oh, good. I can't hurt the Shedinja. One of you two do something about this. No? Come on. Alright, well, I guess I'll manually do it. The first real game the 3DS got was Ocarina of Time 3D a month after launch. Really, yikes. You know, I'm trying to think what I actually got with my XL when... Because, like, I bought the 3DS XL in anticipation of Awakening releasing. I thought I got something else with it, but I can't think of anything I had for the system. Weather 3 is weirdly grim, but it's still a game about embracing change and accepting what you can't stop in order to find ways to make things better. It's an odd game that gets very heavy. Yeah, like, cause I know about what happens at the end. And it is... it's just... It's got some very, I guess, interesting things that happen to, I guess, Pokey especially. Well, you heard Earthbound is good at having this mix of optimistic, dark, and surreal. Yeah, I'd say, I don't know, from what I remember of Earthbound, and I guess keep in mind I haven't played it in over a decade, but it didn't feel particularly dark to me. Like, there's a few things that are like anime dark, where it's like, oh no, the destroyed future and kind of stuff, but in general, I never felt like it was really grim at any particular point. There's a lot of super weird stuff, but not really grim. Have I ever done with Days of Ruins Suikoden series rerun? I don't know, maybe? That would be a very long rerun. Because, like, Days of Ruin is just one game, but the Suikoden series rerun would be 6 games. Well, actually 7 if we include Turquoise. Do 2, 3, and 5. Yeah, that could be a fairly reasonable mini-marathon. 5 is super long, though. So... it would still be a pretty long run, just because 5 really enjoys extending its runtime. There's actually a Suikoden marathon going on RPG Limit Break right now. I'm not sure how long they're gonna continue, because I think they've gone through most of their schedule at this point, but... Oh. There was... Like, I had a moment where I was, for kicks, possibly toying with learning the Suikoden 308-star speedrun just to do it exactly once and then drop it. Because that speedrun's apparently like a 14-hour speedrun. And I don't know if I could bring myself to do it all the way through more than once, but it's... I kind of wanted to do it just at least the once, because it's one of the games in the series that gets overlooked a lot, even though it's a pretty decent game. Which, I guess, fair is fair. It's very easy to be overshadowed by 2 and 5, but still. Was that 40 or 45 that Registeel is on? Oh god. Is my Aeron trying to kill himself? Okay, seriously, what is going on down there? What are you doing? I think my Abra just teleported into the middle of something. So this is the downside of having a lot of party members. They go off and do really stupid things. How come I never go for money on the ground? Because you get barely any out of it. It's just not worth it for me, and usually the AI runs off to grab it for me anyway, so... It's like, see, pick it up. Oh, it's 64 Poké Woo, we're rich. I don't know, is it the primary source of income? I guess if I'm ignoring jobs, right? But like, between jobs and completing the dungeon with guest Pokemon, like, I've always felt like I've really never needed to go for those piles. Wait, what did that do? I don't think that actually did damage. Either that or it missed everyone, but I think we have seen the miss symbol? Buying new areas is expensive. It is, but like finishing with a guest Pokemon gets me like 2,000 or 3,000 Pokédollars. And in these harder dungeons too, we're often in a position supply-wise where I don't really want to deviate 10 plus tiles to go get like 100 Pokédollars when it risks letting something with a room-wide AoE spawning behind me. Because, like, that's happened to me a bunch with these harder dungeons when I've been going for actual supplies. I'd really not gamble it on just cash. Alright, well... Time for me as the Bulbasaur to face tank Registeel. What could go wrong? Are you glad 6 hours of sleep is enough to get you through a workday? That is, that's fortunate for you for sure. But I guess I can usually get by on relatively low amounts of sleep too. Actually, I have a bit of a problem where, like, even when I do sleep longer, it doesn't feel like it's actually an advantage over sleeping for a few hours. You have a desk job, it's not physical. I mean, so do I, but, like, yeah, sure it's not physical, but mental taxes or, like, mental taxation can get pretty bad, too. Oh, wow! Hoot hoot with the troll sleep. The double troll sleep. Wow, is Registeel getting crushed by a Hoot Hoot right now? Is Hoot Hoot the hero we always wanted? Don't I work in IT? That means I have to deal with people, which is exhausting. That's true, but still. Like, even when I'm working with, like, say, code and whatnot, that gets to be taxing too over time. Maybe you just type into an Excel sheet and staple papers together. I mean, like, data organization is still pretty, like, important and can be tiring. Like, I understand that. I guess, like, Excel sheet input is almost like how people see retail or fast food as far as tech stuff goes, but I don't think it's you should belittle that. You don't do any organizing. Spreadsheets is just what data is printed from. Well, I mean, it's still organizing if you have to input it. Maybe not the most intense organizing, but you still have to do something with it. Retail, you at least stand all day. Well, for some jobs. Like, depending on what you work, like, which retailer, what, I guess what type of retail you work with, you might also actually be sitting. Especially if you're, like, reception. This is Gen 3 air game, so you're getting all the Reggies under one walk. Or they'll unlock Regigigas. I'm hoping so. It's like, we've had this music box that's like, hey, it attracts Regigigas, but guess what? You can't actually put it in your inventory. So I'm hoping getting the Reggies will actually let us do something with it. You can't think of any retail where you can just sit down, at least not in the US. If you had to heard of it, people actually get chairs. I mean, I guess it's not people sitting all the time, but like it's not like they're standing all the time either. Like at least around here, there's a lot of retail where you have to man the register or the reception, and that typically involves just sitting at the desk for long periods of time. Alright, good night, Ken. Thanks for watching, and have a good sleep. Throw an item base. Clearly the most epic. Okay, well now we have all the Reggies. But didn't get a cutscene or anything. So I'm not quite sure what we are supposed to do about Regigigas. I guess we keep going? I want to do another 64s only to have Regigigas not be there though. Okay, well someone got mauled. Another mystery house. I don't have 2 invitations though, so I guess that's that. Hitmonlee wants to join us, I see. Just leave it behind? Oh wait, I guess we can use this thing to still increase our hit points as long as we're at full. So I guess we could use this for a temp hit point based. Sure, let's buff Cat's hit points a little. Jeez, there's a lot of orange berries in here. Guess we'll go get that one too. If the Hitmonlee has jump kick, it's gonna kill itself. Possibly. Actually, we can see. It has high jump kick, mega kick, and double kick. Yeah, it might end up killing itself. But at least it'll be entertaining, right? That sure was a safeguard. I know it didn't actually protect against what I did, but I find it funny that a move called Safeguard did nothing to actually protect it. Another Hitmonlee? I don't think we need a second one. And I think we might be at capacity at this point anyway. Oh, we're fighting Growlithe now, but not the super Growlithe from Ho's engine. Yeah, 24 super effective damage. If we were in Ho's dungeon, that would have done like 90 to me. Like, we've been out of that dungeon for a while, but I'll still never stop being amused by how those Growlithe made the Machamps kind of look like Machumps. Well, I'm glad that Heracross didn't have higher attack power. Because that definitely hit me 4 times. Bad dog. Bad dog. It's always when you're not feeling well, you forget to take your medication. Yeah, I mean... It's one of those downward spiral things, right? You don't feel well, so you start to forget stuff. At least that's how it is usually with me. If I don't feel well, I feel the need to veg more, and then I start forgetting things that I normally would remember. I guess it's either that or I'm going senile in my old age, but, you know. Wait, where am I? Who are you people? I'm younger than you are by only like half a year. Alright, sorry. How about I'll go with something, uh, or how about a, less controversial joke? How did, Zeus know that Game Freak was out to get him? Because they made Heracross. Eh? Oh, nice. Ditto ambush. Oof. Well, I gave her my Hoo-Hoo once, cause Hoo-Hoo was the hero who trivialized Registeel. You're unsure if you should support this fund. Well, pick your poison, I guess. This will actually give me a decent amount of PP. Somehow Sludge has not gotten any of the restoration. Which is a little weird. Oh, I am on fire. And not in the good way. Thankfully, Cat has refreshed, so status effects are not completely trivial, but 90% of the time they don't matter for long. Alright, well I guess we'll increase Cat's max hit points again. No use wasting a good Oran Berry anyway. Hello, Chokyo. Enjoy your taco. Man, knockoff's so annoying for the enemies to have. Like, it's not particularly threatening, but it's definitely annoying. Also, knockoff as a move clearly only exists here to screw with the player. Because, like, how many times does the enemy actually have an equipped item? You're indeed. Well, good. Sigh. I guess it's almost better when Cat and Wormack sometimes get mixed into that train behind us, because otherwise I can't see what's going on at all. So when they start picking fights with just random stuff behind us, it's really annoying. Anyway, I don't do tacos too often myself, but what'd you get? Life Seed. Project Chonkosaur continues. Of course, we'll probably get to that new area eventually, and I'll probably still lose 80% of my health to one of the enemies. And it won't even be a super effective attack, it'll just be a neutral attack. Okay, there's a Graveler following us, but apparently he gave up. Alright, whatever. You had tacos yesterday, your pantry is pretty bare, and you're just making leftover tacos. I mean, understandable. I'm one of those people who usually makes food in batches. Man, this is what, the third warp trap tonight? I usually do food in batches so that I don't need to cook several days in a row. You give big advice for this dungeon? I think I'd probably prefer not at this point. Well, that's convenient. Good thing everyone teleports to me when I go down the stairs. Be a heck of a rescue team, just like, alright, see you guys. Yeah, the buried relic isn't... Like, we're at a point where we're kind of over level for it, so... Something where I'd maybe ask for something if I was struggling a lot. Wow, okay. So we got a grudge trap that included the shiny ditto. Thankfully, we were able to wait the grudge trap out. So I am not a fan of losing all of my PP on a move. Nothing to do with walls, it's just a weird dungeon. I kinda noticed. Cause like, we encounter the Reggie, like the non-Gigas Reggies very early, and then there's 99 floors. And supposedly I have a music box, but it's not actually doing anything for me. I'm worried I'll be wasting my time if I don't know what's up with the box. Well, I guess if we get to the end again, and I still haven't figured it out, I'll maybe ask for a hand. But actually, I guess if I hadn't found like recruited the other Reggies, I probably would have asked after like 440. But since we actually got something a little different to happen, I'm gonna give the game a chance to let me discover it on its own for one more pass. I guess on that note, at some point I probably want to go back and get the birds, huh? And maybe the beasts. At least I assume they're recruitable. My 40 gravel rocks got sticky. That's a really impressive sticky trap. Wow, and this Ditto is just constantly showing up. How many times have we knocked him out at this point? This is gonna be the 4th? I'm running out of inventory space. Just everything's full of red box. Ah, yes. That... I think Amber's gonna get itself killed by doing that. Like, that teleport reaction is good for when Abra is controlled by the enemy. Alright, we're just not gonna revive Abra. That's getting kind of annoying. But it feels like it serves no point other than to cause issues with a player when a player Abra has teleport. Yeah, no. Or it's Sandstorm again, because Larvitar is a jerk. Why your target spell? Ah, that sucks. I grab that apple. Oh, and the weather cleared up exactly as I grabbed the apple. Well, that's convenient. You're singing about the near perfect existence of tacos, as if they fall, they get stuff everywhere. I see, I am levitated. I find with those kind of wrap things, even if they don't necessarily fall per se, I feel like I'm constantly making a mess with them. Maybe I'm just bad at eating tacos, but I feel like the longer I go with one, the more it disintegrates. Excuse me, Pupitar, but you are a jerk. Well, apparently telling Pupitar that it's a jerk made it want to join our team. Combine the limitations animation to make Bulbasaur look slightly elevated and look amazing. It's definitely the kind of thing that would look cute with the smaller Pokemon for sure. You agree? You also do that while eating. So I guess that's just an issue of having the food. Unfortunate. Probably the worst is, at least for me, is when it starts dripping sauce. So I usually I usually have wrap type stuff with a plate under it, because invariably I'm gonna start leaking uh, whatever sauce is in it. You've never eaten a sloppy Joe and you're too scared for that reason. I've had one ages ago. I can't even remember when that was now. Maybe 15-ish years ago at this point. And it wasn't that bad, surprisingly. Although maybe it was because I went into it expecting it to be sloppy. But I'd say it wasn't really that much worse than like a burger, or a standard burger. That was the taste. Oh, I don't really remember, so probably unremarkable. Yeah, probably barbecue-y. But like, so many other things taste like barbecue that I probably didn't even remember it too closely. Maybe that's why I haven't had it over the next decade or so. It wasn't remarkable enough for me to have a craving for it. Yeah, but that's not to your taste, and you probably aren't missing much. Wow, another Pupitar, huh? Well, I guess we'll take this one and leave the Pupitar with none? Or no? Yeah, no rare quality behind. I guess on that note too, it's probably I probably didn't find the Sloppy Joe too remarkable because I'm not the biggest burger fan. Wow, Pupitar, what the heck? Well, I guess rip Pupitar. Yeah, rest in pieces, Pupitar, for picking a fight with a Hitmonchan. Yeah, not a huge burger fan here, but I can see why someone who does like burgers a lot might be really into something like Sloppy Joe. You love burgers, but only certain kinds. Ah. You love mushroom burgers with Gouda cheese, but not anything barbecue-like. So kinda somewhat lighter fare. I'm very boring as far as burgers go myself. I tend to put the minimum amount of condiments on. So I'm the kind of person who does, like, nearly plain burgers, nearly plain cheeseburgers. Like, usually for the most part, I just end up putting relish on. Counter that. Really? Why? Alright, well that's a problem. So yeah, we don't have any crowd control orbs anymore. And we didn't actually bring anyone with a room nuke. Hmm. Did this just, like, summon the entire floor? Oh yeah, right. Absol has a mega form. At the very least, we need to... We're gonna go through so many Reviver Seeds if we have to do that, so I'm gonna leave that. Even though we're gonna end up empowering this him on top. Oof. But I'm putting the Empowerment Seeds on because I want to protect my fighting weak. Party memories here. Which, actually, I guess it's like most of the recruits we've gotten, so that's a problem. Ouch. I don't know if we even want to try to run away, because this is... Because then we expose everyone to getting surrounded. Whereas if we hold a tight formation here... Nice freeze. We're just gonna use revivers to heal at this point, because we need to kill as quickly as possible. Some of our Glali is holding them down there. Like, that's a matchup it probably shouldn't have won. Oh, damn it. Alright, good. Eevee the sniper. I wanted to swap spots with Vorminex there and accidentally pushed him. Oof. Well, that was painful. We did make it out, but damn. Scratch traps are terrible. It's so 3-hit chances. See, this is why status effects are OP.
How long have you been standing there?
Oh jeez, thanks for the raid Creighton. 94. Well, you just missed us getting mauled by a grudge trap, but we're crawling through. We're hoping to figure out the secret of Regigigas here, but the game is not being terribly forthcoming. You've never played this one. Is this, is this one on your tour list then? So I'll try not to say too much about it then. Has the music in it? Very good. I don't think I really have a complaint about any track I've heard thus far. Not sure if this one's on your list, but you think they all are. Well, can't spoil anything for you right now because we're in a generic 4, or we're on a generic 4, so I guess lucky timing. Cute Pokemon doing Pokemon things. Yeah, I guess that kind of sums up a lot of the Pokemon games, doesn't it? At least it seems that way with a whole bunch of the spin-offs. But yeah, welcome Raiders. I normally do Fire Emblem Awakening more so than the others, but occasionally I also dip into stuff like this. Alright. Well, thanks again for the raid, Grayson. I hope Star Ocean was treating you well. I saw you poking into it a little bit before I started stream, but I wasn't sure if it was being kind or not. But yeah, have a good night. Yep. Well, that is a very dead him on top, so I guess it's not a problem that he flanked us. Alright, well I guess we'll start rebuilding our guest list. For the Raiders, anyone who missed it, we got a really bad grudge trap. And all the guest characters got mauled. Even even our main party ended up having to use a lot of resources to pull through. I still find it hilarious that the AI is not smart enough to know it has refreshed, so it keeps asking me to use that heal seed. It's like, yes, I would like to use the consumable before we use the renewable ability. So many friends are lost, so many deaths avenged. Indeed. Mega Absol is love, Mega Absol is life. I'm not the biggest Absol fan, but it's definitely a design that I'm quite fond of. Because there's just everything about it is epic. Oh boy. Well, that's not. Can't let it end like that. Not after. Not after he took on so many Hitmon champs before. Damn, getting one shot here. Trying to get in the way so that it's not face tanking all that fighting stuff. Jeez, why are we missing this Hitmonchan so much? But this is what I mean about the guest characters running off to pick fights with stuff they shouldn't be. And at least I don't think I can change their AI. I need to double check just in case I've been missing out on that, but let's see, where is that? So I guess I could try setting everyone and seeing if it will cause them to not do stupid stuff. Oh, well, it says battle alongside the leader, so like those times where they run off and fight things that I'm not fighting, that definitely feels like it does not fit with what this AI describes. You feel like most of the Mega designs look pretty cool, or at least they're better than the original. You wish they made more. I guess they've been kind of trying to experiment a little more with the other stuff, since it feels like they sort of left Mega Evolving behind. But yeah, I guess I think I can agree that a lot of the Mega Evolutions are pretty good. I'm not too sure about Charizard why. I think I prefer the original Charizard version over that one. But otherwise, off the top of my head, I can't really think of any other one that I'm unsure about. Okay, let's do Follow Me. Or wait. Oh yeah, because we were on Let's Go together before that, so... hopefully that should work out better. Although I think Cat and Vormanax and anyone else who have filled the slots before have still gotten distracted, so... I don't know if that's gonna be a perfect solution. But maybe it'll help keep them out of trouble a little bit more. And of course, that's also assuming that it actually has an effect. But I suppose there probably wouldn't be any other reason for an option like that to be there, so... see if they behave themselves now. Yeah, clean up and do some chores, so you're gonna be quiet? Alright. Well, thanks for chatting with me. Hopefully your chores don't end up being too arduous. Vacuum wave. Interesting. Well, grip Hitmontop, I guess. There's only one guess I'm gonna be using Reviver Seeds on going forward. Actually, how many do we even have left? Got 2. That's kinda... okay, that's a little scary. How long does Mega Evolution last? I'm not really sure. Like, the Awakened status seems to last for an extremely variable amount of time. Because, like, if you notice, Cat's also been holding Awakened status for quite a long time at this point. But I think last time we ran it with the Ho dungeon, I had it for at least 30 floors. I know getting knocked out gets rid of it, but aside from that, I'm not really sure what else will cause it to fall off. At least the other times where it hasn't been the enemy KOing me, it's felt really random. Like, they'll just deal damage to me, and it'll feel like... or it'll fall off, but like, why that time over the other 30 times I took damage before that? Wow, a red drop off of... like, that wasn't even a special Hitmonchan. You think status effects cause Impair to wear off? Jeez, what the... why do so many enemies get quad hits? Like, why is that even in this game? Can someone else actually attack? Like, I'm tanking, can you get spanking? I guess I can do it myself. And they still got Shadow Ball charges. What the heck? Come on, guys, let's not get killed because you're indifferent. I guess I should probably use the max elixir here. Because PP Patch is actually not being that helpful anymore. Whirlwind Wand, have we gotten this before? Oh, it knocks them away. That might actually be helpful. If we get another grudge trap, I can push some of those idiots away from me. For some reason the AI seems really dumb in corridors. They seem to have limited vision or something. Yeah, I noticed that, but it seemed like at least the one directly behind me would still be able to figure things out, so... I don't know what's going on now. It seems like even whoever's standing directly behind me just completely loses it. That's really annoying. There's rare occasions where I poison the enemy, except it doesn't matter, because Absol just murdered them. Absolutely destroyed. That's what I think of your physical move, Canter. Can't counter me if I'm standing over here. $282 damage quick attack. I see. I think we'll be finding pieces of that Golbat a couple floors down from here. Reviver Seed? Hydro Seed. Yeah, I guess that's still okay. Agility so you can just run away, I guess. Yeah, the Hitmonchan's gone. I guess he saw two awakened Pokemon coming his way and he was like, nope, I'm out of here. See ya. I definitely don't remember there being this many Hitmonchans in here, though. Like, I don't know if we're just getting really unlucky with this time around, or if last time was overly lucky, but... the Hitmonchan spam is very crazy. It probably doesn't help that most of the team is vulnerable to them. Golbat wants to hang out with us. Oh hey, it also has PP Pouch. I don't think they stack, though. It's not gonna lie, multiple chances that PP patch proc would be actually pretty good. I guess I'll take it on the off chance that they do. For the unfamiliar with it, the PP patch on knockout gives a chance of randomly restoring 5 PP to, I guess, any move on that particular Pokemon's move list. At least I don't think it's the move that you use to get the knockout with. That would be a little too convenient. I have to say, those deluxe boxes are magnets for getting sticky. Have I mentioned that Sturdy's really annoying? I can't wait for these Gravelers to start spamming Earthquake as well. I guess the upside is the Hitmonchan seem to be gone. Knock on wood and all that. Stop! The Eradicate was dead after the first hit. I think we've just developed a mean streak now after that grudge trap. Sure, I guess I don't need to be eating all these right away. We can get rid of some of these plain seeds. I definitely didn't expect this to become so much of a problem. Like, we're 20 levels over this dungeon. Oh, there's Magnitude. So we're gonna try to get out of here. My team has gone evil now. I don't know about evil, but definitely... Definitely feels like we're being a lot meaner about some of these double hits. Again, have I mentioned that I don't like Sturdy? That should have one-shot him. Instead, he got to spam an AoE in the corridor. Actually, really in general, giving generic random spawns room-wide AoEs is kind of stupid. I guess stuff like Earthquake and Magnitude are kept a little bit more in check by the fact that they friendly fire. So even if the game spawned like 5 gravel areas, they would probably kill each other before they all got to Earthquake me. Still. The fact that that can be a possibility is not... It's like not something I consider good. Oh, great, sticky apple. Guess we'll get rid of the blast seed. I very much struggle to think of any time I've actually used a blast seed. It's like, I think the main time I want to use it is those times where we've got a ton of enemies around us, like with those grudge traps, but... It's like, yeah, I'll just throw a blast seed in my face and blow myself up. Although I guess it could be a hilarious opener to a monster house. Seems like the follow me AI doesn't do anything, the guest Pokemon are still picking random fights. Yeah. I mean, I was kind of afraid of that because my 2 actual core members have the follow me setting too, and they tend to get distracted too. So, I don't know if... Like, I don't think there's anything else we can do aside from if I put on run away from enemies, but then I don't know if they'll actually fight at all. Yeah, this one sounds like they're gonna follow me until we encounter enemies, and then they're gonna go into a corner and hide. This feels like something that's gonna get them killed down the line, because they'll wander off into the corner, and then the enemy will corner them and beat the stuffing out of them. Oh, I can't use quick attack there. So maybe we're past the corridors breaking our AI again. At least for now. Oh, never mind. We are... okay. So I'm pretty sure we still have Shadow Ball uses left. Yeah, Cat still has 16 Shadow Ball uses. So it's just the AI freaking out again. Although I guess it did use Quick Attack when I stood my ground. Okay, that's the third deluxe box that's gotten sticky. It kind of makes me wonder if the deluxe boxes have some kind of hidden decoy property to them. I guess I should probably use an actual apple here. But I wanted to get that stupid Pickaberry out of my inventory. Um... Actually, why is... I'm really confused. I was out in an open room and Vorminax wasn't doing anything there either. Because, like, if nothing else, again, Shadow Ball is not resisted by much of anything. Alright, well, I guess I'm gonna have to manually cast it. Hooray! I guess I'm gonna have to micromanage all three of my team members. Well, I guess at least the AI knows when to use refresh. Hey, yeah, the game has megas, so for those who actually have the potential to Mega Evolve, Awakened status gives it to them. Interestingly enough. I guess it's kind of like how they added Mega Evolution to Let's Go, when obviously Gen 1 definitely did not have Mega Evolution. Yeah, not just Gen 4 evolutions, like, Sylveon is an option for Eevee. Yeah, we're not seeing Shadow Ball anymore. Well, since this isn't stopping the guests from doing stupid things, I wonder if the everyone follow me is messing up. Oh wait, okay, so this is it sets it for never mind. So the everyone thing sets it for everyone period, but not the guests. So yeah, okay, the everyone option is useless. Cool. This came out before Gen 8 though, didn't it? The Megas were still in Gen 7. Did it? I thought this was fairly recent-ish, like after Sword and Shield? Why am I stabbing my cat? I mean, I'm trying not to, but we're also running out of apples. Let's see. Now we're 82. We might be okay using one here. This came out March 2020. Okay, that's actually more recent than I thought it was, too. I knew it was after Sword and Shield, but I thought it might have been a little older in March 2020, so that's interesting. Yeah, I mean, it's not like... I didn't think they were gonna get rid of Mega Evolution, but I find it interesting that they put it into Let's Go in this game. Because they didn't really need to for like the two remakes, but for whatever reason they decided to. And then we also got Sylveon added, which I find interesting as well. Do you think it's more interesting that it's in... more surprising that it's in Let's Go? Yeah, I mean, I could agree with that too. It's one of those things where... Oh, I think their mission statement was that they were trying to keep it relatively similar to Gen 1, right? So it was interesting that they added a bunch of stuff. Because, like, we got all those Alolan variants. And then Mega Evolution. And then... not only do we have Mega Evolution, but the champion pulls out... the Mega Pidgeot for the final battle. It's a lot of Gen 1 Pokemon that Mega Evolve, but lots in Gen 2 and 3 as well. Yeah, well, doesn't the roster for Mega Evolution basically have it be like half Gen 1, give or take? I seem to remember some people making a statement like that. I didn't really look into it too much myself, but that they were making a statement that Game Freak seemed to favor Gen 1 in their Mega Evolutions. Which I guess it can definitely seem that way when you get Mewtwo and Charizard with 2 evolutions. Actually, on the Mega note too, if I do ever decide to evolve to Venusaur and I use a Empowerment Seed, I'll actually get to go Mega. Yeah, I mentioned Charizard. I said Mewtwo and Charizard having the double. I guess as a Charizard fan, it's a little bit hard for me to complain there, but I can see why people might be a little upset. Last apple? Oh, we're... Oh yeah, last apple because of stupid stickiness on the 1-1. 15 Gen 1, 6 Gen 2, 20 Gen 3, really? And 6 Gen 4. Wait, one Gen 6? What's the singular Gen 6 Mega Evo? Gen 3 outnumbers Gen 1, I see. Interesting. '22 Gen 3 if you can't Primal and... or Primal Groudon and Kyogre. Makes sense. I guess I don't have an opinion either way, but I don't see why we wouldn't count it as a Mega as well. Gen 6 is the Mega, or the mythical... Diancie? Oh, Primal Groudon and Kyogre are mechanically different from Megas? What is the difference, though? Hmm. Well, at least everyone's using Shadow Balls again now. Helps take some pressure off of me. Oh, Megas come in normal and you have to evolve them, but Primals come into play as Primal. I see. I'd say that seems unfair, but we are talking about mechanics especially for legendaries, so that's probably the intent. Yeah, there we go. It's nice to have Shadow Ball cleaning things up for us again. Well, there's anything to trigger on the previous floors. I guess I might have missed it because I didn't actually explore every floor. So if there's like some kind of dais or something that needed to spawn in, I might have walked right past it. But so far, if it was gonna be an adventure, we haven't gotten anything of the sort. Could learn Leer on my Bulbasaur and just keep long range attacks on my other Pokemon. Call it Artillery. Nice. I'll think about it. The Arbok wants to join us. Is Funnel Fun a rare quality we've seen before? Oh, I guess we have, yeah. Extra regen and corridors. I mean, that's actually pretty decent. Probably not that helpful in this dungeon, but we had it elsewhere. Like, I definitely would have appreciated it in Ho-Oh's dungeon, that's for sure. Nice. You know, I've seen that Icy Wind miss so much that I'm always kind of astonished when it makes contact. Alright, well, Cat just picking off this random guy as we drive by. No, just use refresh. Why do I get the feeling that we're gonna get to the end here and Regigigas is gonna be a no-show again? Oh, that's annoying. Hopefully Arbok doesn't do anything too stupid to me. I've definitely gone through way more max elixirs than I thought I would. I mean, most of my moves don't have the benefit of me pumping 15 extra PP into it, like with Shadow Ball, but still. I might have to have Vorminax Wade. So we still have 9 more floors to go. Or I guess technically 8, because it's not actually a 104 dungeon. Well, sort of running out of belly. We still have full belly on Vorminax, which, in theory, should be enough that we make it to the end. Okay, what is up with... Alright, well I guess that Graveler used Magnitude and then ran away. What? How did that Golbat sneak up on us? Or not Golbat, the Golem sneak up on us? Yeah, I know it followed me. But, like, we watched that corridor. And then left. And my party, which is prone to picking fights with anything it sees, decided not to fight it? That's really weird. Whoa, is this Shiren the Wanderer? I'm afraid I'm not familiar with Shiren. You might have to elaborate a bit. And, hello, Icy Curves. And also, yeah, yes, Shadow, you are correct. My PP is apparently not big enough. I hope you're satisfied. Well, now that we need apples, the game is just like, hey, we heard you want ethers. Uh-oh, what's with the knife? Am I gonna get stabbed now? Well, we found apples. We also found a lot of enemies. Alright. I like how that golem used magnitude, and it did probably about... Well, I want to say 20 times more damage to them than to us, and they did it twice. So, yeah. I guess the monster house is just gonna murder itself. Not that I have too many objections to that, really. No, we're not gonna recruit an enemy that's in the middle of the monster house, because he's probably gonna die immediately and give them awakened status. He didn't understand the gravity of the situation. The magnitude of his response was inappropriate. Boy, howdy was it ever. Oh great, it's a sticky apple. Because, you know, we didn't have enough of those already. Man, my inventory is way too full. Let's get rid of Geo Pebbles. So those are fairly common. Beef TM? I think that was one of those ones we concluded it wasn't going to be useful. Oh, my Reviver Seed. Man, there's still enemies spawning, huh? What an aggressive floor. His friend thought his performance was to die for. Actually, the funny thing is, because it all happened in one turn, right? So that was two magnitudes from two separate golems. So... Oh wait, these guys are actually immune to that. How can you spot the Pokemon Go player who just treats it as a double resistance instead of actual immunity? But the funny thing is, after seeing the first golem nuke the crap out of his friends, that second golem thought, hey, I should do that too. That seems like a fun time for everyone. Seal Trap. Did that just... Ah, man, it canceled my... Mega Evolution, I guess. Rip. Yes, the golem's not Mankeys, so you can't chalk it up to Monkey See, Monkey Do. Alright, well... He's that golem sleeping and not about to blow us up. You mean Mankey See, Mankey Do is a thing, but you didn't think the golems rocked out that way too. Well, now you know. And knowing's half the battle. What kind of corner is this? Look at this layout. It's like, finally. Do you just want to walk this corridor that stretches on forever? There's a seed there. What's the enemy? Oh, it's a sleeping golem. Sure, we'll see what the seed is. Eye drop? Don't really want it, but... Like, I like being able to see traps, but our inventory is too full, so just eat it for the 2 billy, I guess. Since we're going down a 4 right away. Head of the stupid puns. Eh! I'm not particularly offended by any puns, so... As long as they're not inappropriate, I'm not too concerned. Oh, great. This is... Because it's Aerodactyls, we're probably going to end up dealing with pressure, too. Although not for that one? Oh. Stealth Rock. You know, we're gonna hang out over here. Because I don't want to walk into that room and get magnetuded. Because you know it's gonna happen. Every time you tell a stupid pun in Ian's channel, it's like, please stop hurting me like this. Well, what can I say? I guess Ian's just not got a good tolerance for puns. Alright, I guess I can actually swap back to using... myself for this. Oh, there's the pressure. Yeah, we just had to wait long enough and an Aerodactyl would spawn with it. Go away. You know, if they have to have that stupid room-wide AoE on the generic mix ones, really wish they'd have a way to actually know which of them has it. Because sometimes it's actually safe to engage with them right away, but a lot of the time it's like walk out and then get magnetuded. Have I mentioned yet that I hate Sturdy? Okay, well, no rooms allowed ever, just corridors. Let's leave the whirlwind one behind. Actually, it's just a max either. Never mind. We're gonna leave it behind. Okay, well, Reggie no show. I think I'd rather take an Evo crystal out than keep the whirlwind one. So much box, indeed. I mean, I feel like that's kind of the inevitable conclusion of a 99-4 dungeon. Alright, so for those in the chat who are familiar with the dungeon and the requirements for Regigius, can you give me a hint without completely spoiling the whole thing? Well, we left that thief TM behind only to have it follow us in a treasure chest. Hate these bronze dojo tickets though. They're kind of a waste of space. Alright, well I think we've replaced most of the reviver seeds we used. Hey, the hero who took on 3 Hitmonchans is now in a camp. Oh yeah, by the way, reminder, if anyone wants the Pokemon we're recruiting, let me know and I'll swing by the camps to rename them for you. I think we've hit a point where Pelipper's just stopped delivering our mail now. Because we haven't been looting any of it. Can you claim the Miss Magius? Sure. Let's see. Which... See, this is the problem with the camps too. It's like we have a billion of them and I don't remember which, but I guess I should have guessed Darkness Ridge to begin with. I still find it absolutely hilarious that for whatever reason Vulpix hangs out here. Like, look at all of these and tell me Vulpix belongs with these ghosts. Thanks for the follow, Page of Rage. Tsubasa means wings. Someone needs to man the grill at the barbecue. Wait, do ghosts have barbecue? Yeah, you got it right. So I don't need to waste time on it. Regigigas isn't actually catchable in this game. Okay, I assume we could still fight him though, right? Of course they do. How else do I think they enjoy their brains? Raw? There's actually a lot of abilities here that I have not heard of. Interesting. Alright. Type formation reduces damage from AoEs. Actually, considering how many we get hit by, that wouldn't actually be too bad to have around. You're not seeing anything about Regigigas as a boss either? Really? Okay, then give me a hint as to why the music box is a thing and why it should matter to me then. Because this game has made a big deal about us having the music box. Okay, Miss Magician, can we actually fit this? We might need to abbreviate, or is it just enough, or are we gonna be short one? No, just enough. Nice. Did you cap this out before you suggested it, or are you just guessing? It's needed for a different encounter, but it does have something if it's in my inventory. Okay, so it is something I can pull out, so... I'm gonna have to look at the storage again, because I swear I didn't see it in there. Oh, I still got a bunch of these tap boosters. Alright, let's look at these abilities. Phantom Force Condition, let's let you charge power to try a powerful attack on the next turn. Oh, gross, it's one of those 2-turn moves. Although, wow, breaks through Protect or Wide Guard and Quick Guard. That's interesting. Probably still don't want it, but it is definitely interesting. The music box will crumble if the player attempts to use it. No, it didn't happen because I wasn't even aware it was something that could be in my inventory. Because I didn't see it get added, so I assumed it was like key item status or something like that. Pokemon names in Gen 6 and up have up to 12 letters. Well, that's good, I guess. Looks to you like the underline is a set length, so you can maybe squeeze in one more letter, use a different arrangement of letters to exceed the width. Huh. Well, maybe sometime I'll have to experiment with it, but for now... Okay, I think we're replacing Mystical Fire, because that accuracy is horrible. Yeah, so we'll probably replace Phantom Force and Mystical Fire, and maybe Power Gem. Should have it in my toolbox and explore the buried relic and something will happen. I see. Does it specify how deep we need to go? Or is it just anywhere in the dungeon? It's a random event. Alright. Well, I guess before I forget, let's use these other stat boosters. Yeah, I guess we used an invitation, so we'll replace that. Is there anything here? Smart Strike. It damages the enemy and never misses. This is gonna be a Reggie-only move, isn't it? Won't happen above level 40, seems I have to go that deep. Okay, I guess that makes sense, because that means we have to go further than where Registeel was. Oh, okay, I guess not. It's Nidorino or Tauros. Like, the name here totally had Reggie's written all over it to me, but I guess I was wrong. I guess since we replaced that, that means we want to keep the invitation. Let's see. Keep a couple of sleep seeds. Store the empowerment seeds. Because we actually want to keep them if we can and not have to use them in the buried relic. Because the empowerment seeds definitely carried me through a good chunk of Ho's dungeon. Let's see. Do we have any more one-shot orbs left? Yeah, we got a couple of them. Maybe we should take 2. Because we don't have any petrification or whatever orbs left, which is kind of ideally what we'd have for monster hazards or those grudge traps. I guess we could bring slow orbs. I think the one-shots would be more decisive, though. Like, slow's an okay status effect, but I'd rather have something that either one-shots or is a hard CC. And we're unfortunately lacking any of the sleep or petrification stuff. Oh, lasso orb though. What is stuck? Okay. Lasso might actually be good enough, even though it doesn't disable their moves. A lot of the time, if the enemy can't reach or line up their position, then they're not going to be able to do stuff. So let's take one of those. Okay, now for the hard part, where is the stupid music box? So I don't know where I'd actually be looking to find it. If there's a link box, that's definitely not a music box, though. Hello, Choki. Welcome back. No, I didn't figure it out. Invid has given me a few hints, so now I just need to figure out where my music box went. But it doesn't appear to be in storage, so I'm really confused. It's always with me? Wait, is it? So... like, is that something that changed in this version compared to, like, the original versions? Because then that means I was right and it is key item status, but, like, the game is not really good at saying that, if that's the case. But it's definitely, if that's a change from the Game Boy Advance one to here, it's definitely at least a decent quality of life improvement. Yeah, even if it is confusing. So, if that's the case, that means the event could have happened for me at any point during those 59 fours. And it didn't. Alright. See you, Chuggy. I hope it's not anything... No, I hope you're not being called away because it's anything bad or anything. And thanks for letting me know about the music box, otherwise we probably would have been confused for another while here. But yeah, so... That means that there's 59 floors where... I guess technically 58, I assume it wouldn't actually happen in the treasure room. But still, so there was the 58 floors. Since we apparently implicitly had the music box. And it didn't happen, so I wonder what the chances are of it actually occurring. Because if it's rolled per floor, that's a lot of misses. It'd have to be like a 1% chance or something around thereabouts. You can tell me which floors. Oh, so it's specific floors? That's kind of dirty. Wait, a specific floor? So it can only spawn on exactly one floor. It's a list of potential floors that could spawn on. And how many potential floors are there in total? Seven total. Wow, so this seems like a pretty obscure thing. Yeah, I think at this point, maybe I should use the list, because, like, I don't want to full explore 58 floors. Especially since you're not even sure if it's guaranteed. Wait, did I pass? Oh, yeah, there we go. It was right below. Oh, cool. So we don't even need to use the TM to learn Shadow Wall. Alright, well, Shadow Wall is a no-brainer. We're bringing that in. You can just spoil as it appears to be an extremely rare encounter. Yeah, I think it... Oh wait, so... It doesn't even have... Like, it's not guaranteed, it's extremely rare, even if you know the 7 fours? Is that what you're saying? Tier reward, why is Knight level 91? I don't know. Uh, the experience share is crazy in this game. Oof. Yeah, I guess in that case, if it's not guaranteed, even knowing the 4 is... I think I might say forget it then, yeah. Hmm. Yeah, if it's extremely rare, even with the knowledge, I'm gonna say go ahead and spoil it and we'll if we're really bored at the end of covering all the other events, I guess I'll try to tackle it. But I think I'd rather do like the ancient cave towers instead in that case. Having the music box, adventuring in the buried relic, there's a random chance for it to spawn on floor 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, or 98. And it's Mew. And it's like a fight with Mew? Alright, Grudge. The thing that's stupid against us, but I'm pretty sure is useless against the enemy since they don't seem to have any PP. Appears as a wandering foe and will join the party. Let's see. Yeah, I think we're... I don't think we're gonna chase after that. That's kind of annoying. We could do Confuser. I'm not sure if I really care to. Maybe if it was ranged. I mean, I think we've gotten decent mileage out of some Confuse attacks, but it's not really my first choice. As far as moves go, so... High Wave has terrible accuracy, so I don't think I want that. Spite's useless. I guess Hex if we've got nothing better. Our Psybeam's not got great accuracy, but it's a ranged move, so we could pick that. lucky chant? Oh, protects from critical hits. I see. Pain split? It has together the hit points of you and the enemy and shares the total equally between you? I feel like that's not gonna be helpful. I might just pick Magical Leap because it has 100% accuracy. Oh, Mew's not even a guarantee join. Wow. That's some game design there. Alright, so I think I'm gonna grab Psybeam and Magical Leaf. This doesn't really give us anything that has coverage against Ghost's weaknesses per se, but... At least Magical Leaf is neutral to them. It's a way to find Celebi, Jirachi, and Deoxys as well. At least they're auto-recruits if you find them. He is supposed to be the rarest of them all. I mean, I guess that makes sense. Mew has always been kind of that original internet rumor Pokemon. I do find it really funny that Mr. Mist can randomly learn this grass move. Like, it's not quite the type of thing I would expect, or I guess it's Miss Magus. It's not the kind of thing I would expect Miss Magus to have access to. You're backish again. They apparently made it a lot easier than before. Apparently before it was pure torture trying to recruit. Yikes. Yeah, I think I'm good not recruiting Mew right now. Once again, maybe if we're really bored later. Sounds like the old version was randomly 36 to 99 and is much lower in counter rate. Yikes. That does make me curious if there is anything like that in Explorers of Sky. Because, like, I never bothered to look into a number of the secrets in that one. I kind of hope they decide not to do more Mew-like stuff going forward, though, with the Mystery Dungeon games. Yeah, I'm aware that Explorers of Sky had, uh... oh, quite a few difficult. But is it as difficult as the Mew stuff? Yeah, quite a few challenge dungeons. Although I think I did the most difficult one, didn't I? Because I did the one that was solo, no starting items, level 5 start. Wait, I did the easiest of the hard ones? You sure? Okay, so... So how do you get more difficult than having your level reset, being forced to go solo, and having no items? Oh, they add even more stuff. Well, maybe we'll have to revisit Explorers of Sky in the future. What kind of stuff does do the other ones add on top of that? Different enemy layouts, weather conditions, map generation, darkness levels. First one's Destiny Tower. I see. Yeah, maybe we will revisit that in the future at some point then. Dust off the old Explorers of Sky after never not touching it for how many years now? Zero Isle South had very generous weight drops to keep me going. Did it actually? I seem to recall that it starved me out of PP restoration items. Like, I'm pretty sure, like, it's been a while, but I recall there were points where I was just waiting to die so the reviver seed would give me my PP back. So I was doing stuff like trying to jankily fight stuff that type resisted my remaining moves. Just so I could squeeze out that extra little bit of damage. Okay, you know, if we're not doing the carried relic again, I'm going to put a bunch of these apples back. Actually, we're going to figure out what dungeon we're going to first before I mess around with our inventory. It's a ton of post-game dungeons that don't have the level restriction, but in turn require a really buff team. Okay, yeah, I definitely wouldn't have done those. I don't think my team was particularly strong. Like, I had a bunch of game-breaking abuse, like quad agilitying myself, but aside from that, I don't think I just had raw stats to throw around or anything. I like how we have all these F and E rank stuff. Oh, I guess we're full now. Huh. Okay, well, let's go see what's available to us. You remember completing everything with the level 5 dungeons in Sky. For original blue-red, you couldn't even finish the post-game. Yikes. Level 1 dungeons may be executionally brutal, but the upside of not getting to take anything in is not needing to prepare anything beyond getting the Pokemon itself. That's fair. Like, personally, I also think I prefer the execution-based stuff anyway. Because there's only so much grinding I can take before I can't do it anymore. Once rescue teams started getting to the forest autosave on entry dungeons was when he started getting face rolled. Oh boy. Well, I can't wait for those to come up. Especially since Ho was tossing me around quite handily in that one dungeon. Oh, it turns out forced autosave on entry plus old Nintendo consoles occasionally crashing because the game card is disconnected equals randomly losing 100% of your best items. Well, that's gross. Wait, you think they took him out because I'm past that point? Well, regardless, yikes, but... Do you remember the name of the dungeons? Start at the Entei dungeon. Um... Sadly, time for you to pass out. Alright, Invid, thanks for watching. Have a good sleep. Because if you can remember the dungeon name, I can check to see if it's on the list. But otherwise, maybe they moved it to later on or something. Otherwise, I suppose you could be right and they just got rid of it entirely. Oh! You mean... Okay, so you mean that... They took out that restriction, not they took the dungeons out. I wonder if they did take out the restriction. Oh, did you just look it up or something? Because I don't think I would have known, since I'm pretty sure we didn't... We didn't need to retreat or anything from the anti-dungeon, or the ones afterward. So unless the game explicitly said anything about it, definitely would have been none the wiser. If it didn't tell me it was doing it, it probably didn't do it. There's a huge warning about it in the originals. Okay, yeah, in that case, then they probably didn't. Actually, I wonder if it's because this game actually has autosave in general. Like, when I save to go out of those dungeons, it's actually technically unnecessary. I could just turn the console off and it would resume from the last save. So I suppose it might be that there's no warning because the entire game is autosave. Which, actually, I vaguely remember the game telling me about the autosave back when we started. They changed the way quick saves work. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'd still lose that stuff if I got knocked out. If you cut power in a dungeon, you go back to the last save point and keep your items. Yeah, so I guess presumably they fixed the autosave bug. At least I would hope it would, because now this entire game is autosave, which means that if the bug's still there, the entire run is vulnerable to losing items. What the old dungeons did was force you to quick save on entries, so you can't cut the power to get your stuff back. Yeah, so it sounds like they blanket made it so you can't abuse that reset. That is... I do find that a little bit funny that you can abuse the quick saves like that. Yeah, Nintendo didn't have any, like, backup saves and stuff like that back in the DS era. It was, it was notoriously primitive compared to its competition. Which, I guess luckily for Nintendo, the DS was still basically king of the mobile. Alright, so we haven't done Southern Cave, we could do that. We do only have about an hour and 10 left. And I want to go refill my drink too, because that's running low. So maybe we'll do Wyvern Hill? Because we could also do Western Cave, but I don't think we're quite ready for that yet. So I'd want to do Southern and Wyvern Hill first. And looks like we've been to every other dungeon. Yeah, so what I think we'll probably do is Wyvern Hill now, and then we do Southern Cavern on Wednesday, and see how much time we have to maybe do, or I guess at least make an attempt at the Western Cave. Wait, a real big problem was nudging the game card could cause the game to crash. Was that a widespread problem? And was that for, like, all the games? Because I don't know if I ever had any issue like that with my DS games. Even more than crashing is one when the game card wouldn't even read half the time. Granted, it was a pretty old card. Ah. Yeah, that definitely sounds like the game card was a little too well loved. The SDS and GBA were notoriously finicky. I see. Maybe I was just too gentle with them to not ever encounter that. Alright, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna refill my drink and we'll tackle Wyvern Hill here. So, be right back. Alright, I'm back. Oh, it was worse for the Game Boy Advance SP. I find that interesting because the SP is the only Game Boy Advance I've ever owned. So yeah, maybe I just was too gentle with it. Okay, let's take Miss Magician for a run here. We don't know what else we'll be facing, but there's an Execute, which means Miss Magician will be good against it. Since this is also only a 34, we probably don't need this many apples. We'll go 5 total with 1 perfect. Actually, I didn't even look at the jobs. Hopefully we don't have to deliver anything. Where are my jobs? Okay, it's just 3 instances of help. They got the crap kicked out of them. Right. I guess again, hopefully not. You're not getting called away to anything that's a particular problem. So, see you later, Chakio. And then, wait, okay. Cat ended up behind the Miss Maggie, behind Miss Magician. I was wondering. It's like, wait, do we lose someone? Alright, well. We know where to find Routinis now. They're also low level enough that Shadow Ball just straight one-shots them. Ow! Stupid blast traps. Oh, there's also Bagons. I guess this is probably why it's called Wyvern Hill. Yeah, we're a little overleveled. I somewhat expected that because this was available before we started the... In the very least, before we started the Ho-Oh line. I'm not sure if this was available before Buried Relic. I think it was, but I'm not 100% sure. Damn it. Cap blocking my attempts to check for traps. This is a very large 4-1 though. I might have underestimated how long this dungeon is gonna be. Leveled up again? This is the first time you leveled up while on our team. So I guess now the question is, are any of these dragons gonna feel like trying to join us? I guess if there's any kind of internal recruitment rate, it's probably pretty low for any given dragon. This is kind of weird though, it's like dragons and their friend Jumpluff. The Jumpluff also gives more experience. Okay, that's interesting. We haven't seen the Altaria, the Ludicals, or the Totodile at all up until now. That's a curious monster house. Wait, is this? Okay, so it's hiding them on the radar, but we can actually... It's not actually Fog of Warring the actual Pokemon. So it's like a very bizarre midway point. Yeah, it would definitely be frustrating if teammates could set off traps, but I find it extremely funny that while I'm carefully checking traps, everyone's just running around the room like an idiot. Someone trap, but not a grudge trap. Which is good. Had enough of those for one night. Oh, I didn't even see that jump off. The AI with the snipes. This is why we powered up Shadow Ball. AI loves to spam it, and it's already strong at base, so we just make it overkill. Anything that gets near us dies. We did it! Weird. Well, fine, I didn't need that sludge bomb anyway. Yeah, the air is definitely more on the ball about picking off enemies in quarters there now. Hey, thanks for the follow, Nazu-sama. I did not expect to get thrown over at that angle. That's interesting. Oh, hey! Yoinking an Altaria, I guess. Okay, yeah, if these enemies are about level 35, this is probably a pre-buried relic dungeon. Joke's on you, Trap. I've got perfect apple. You just helped me min-max my belly refill. Alright, 12 and 23. Well, the funny thing is, it's like these are still fairly highly rated and, I guess, job posting difficulty. So, makes me curious how they determine what letter grade any given job's supposed to have. Well, the Bega or the Shogun doesn't want to join our team, but it'll cough up a red chest. That's fine. We got an Altaria. You know, I think that Execute just really, really regretted its life decisions. Because I don't think that could be called anything other than absolutely brutal. A strong enemy appears right in your face and gets obliterated. Oh, he came back for more. Yikes. Okay. You can step aside now, Altaria. I'll confess, I didn't expect Bullet Seed to behave like that. Can definitely understand why an Oddish would have issues here. It seems like a place that Oddish definitely does not want to be. At least you're bog standard Oddish. Maybe if we had an Oddish that was trained up by Team Fluffers, you wouldn't have any issues here. Where is the Oddish? Well, they're making us work for our pay on this one, that's for sure. Alright, now we need to jet through 11 more floors before we find the next rescue target. It's like that execute is back again. Although it's asleep. And I think we'll leave it alone. But apparently that Oddish's evil brother has come to fight us. Ooh, a Dragonair. Dragonair that gets knocked out from one quick attack. Is there anything I can swap for it? I guess we can get rid of these maxi. Actually, did I reorganize after pulling out? Okay. Yeah, these are excess maxi days, so let's let's replenish Razor Leaf and Cat Shadow Ball, I guess. Actually, no, for now we only need the one space, so we'll do that, and then if we need to make space later, we'll use it on Shadow Ball. That way we can squeeze a bit more, a few more uses out of it. Because it's only halfway depleted for either of our Shadow Ball users, so... might as well wait. Yeah, there's definitely some misinformation going around on the overworld screen. It's like, oh, there's only 34s. By the way, they're all jumbo size. Which might be scarier if we weren't as high level as we are. It seems like the Dratini line just really doesn't want to join us. This would only restore one thing in general. I guess we can use a max ether and then pick up the elixir. It's a more sensible thing to do. Again, hitting the poison when in the end it doesn't matter. Although I'm not sure there's any point in which the poison damage would be fast enough to actually help me against AI-controlled opponents. Huh. I mean, money's nice and all, but I don't think we really need that. Two-edged wand. Picking out a Pokemon always reduces hit points to 1. Or reduces your own hit points to half its maximum. Your hit points are already at half or lower, won't lower it anymore. That's interesting. I feel like this is something that bosses are probably immune to, though. Because it seems like it'd be just slightly overpowered. Mostly because even dropping our health to half, we're basically covered by Reviver Seeds in that case, so it's actually one of those items that's theoretically super strong for the player. That Dragonair is long gone. Let's not go on wild goose chases. As much as I'd like to recruit a Dragonair. I guess we've also got the Aeon twins too, so if nothing else, we've got their cuteness to go off of. Oops. What do we take this instead of? Maybe the Totter Seed. I'd really prefer to have most other types of crowd control were confused. Because with confused, they can still turn around and beat us with their attack. Would like to take that sleep seed, but we are running low on inventory. Oddish wants to join us. Well, I guess I did say if we were to train an Oddish with Team Fluffes. So I guess let's start training one. Maybe if I remember for later, we can bring it out and have it face Wyvern Hill. I feel like trip traps are one of those ones that don't actually do a lot. I guess if there's an enemy there, I could pick up one of the items, but otherwise it seems like an extremely minor inconvenience. It's like almost the polar opposite of the 20 Pokemon grudge trap. Who's bombing us? Okay, well, wherever they were, they decided to leave. Oh, hello, Foliable Salamence. Would you like to join our team? No, apparently Salamence would not like to join our team. Sad. There's a seed, but I don't think we have room to pick it up. Well, the game just spoiled that there's a Flygon on the map. Well, was a Flygon on the map. Hyper Beam 25. Oh my. It's like one of those Dragon Ball Z scenes where they fire a beam and the entire canyon explodes, and afterwards he's just standing there and very, very slightly dusted. Yet the Hyper Beam did destroy the wall tiles, which is why I compared it to a DBZ fight. I guess the only other time we saw Hyper Beam was with Rayquaza, and Rayquaza was too far away from the walls to destroy any of them. That is such an over-the-top attack. Alright, so we had some time. We're gonna climb the rest of the way up. Oops. No. Yes, go on, not leave, jeez. But Hyper Beam being so ridiculous kind of makes me want to actually grab a TM from the shop next time I see it and try to teach it to someone. Those dragons definitely didn't notice that we were there at all. I guess we're technically not particularly noisy. Like, we're a plant dino, a fluffy fox thing, a ghost, a poisonous radish, and a fluffy cloud dragon. Yes, you did in fact level up again. This is why hanging out with Team Fluffies is good for you. Must really be a pretty low recruit rate, though. Like, how many Salamancers have we knocked out? Help, I'm on fire. Maybe I should have used the guide wand on this floor. We're kind of at a point where it's not really a good use of it anymore, but... This one's definitely extra large. Alright, that was just a little overkill. I do enjoy that I'm so bulky that fire attacks are doing around 20 damage. Which, of course, a good portion of that is the fact that we're like 30 levels higher than the dragons, but still. I have also been using all the... Well, I guess not all, but most of the bulk stat boosters on myself to try to build a tank, so... It's one of those things where I hope it's working. Otherwise, we're gonna be in trouble when we go to fight the Western Cave. Bandana, Hornberry. Alright, we'll check the bandana. Efficient bandana? Pretty sure we've got a few of those already. Alright, well... Here, have some more max hit points. I'd love to take home like a number of these supplies, but we just don't have the inventory space. I think it's been a while since we last saw a move upgrade. Um... I guess we have the invitation. I don't know if we have the inventory space, but sure. A clam pearl? I see. Revival orb. Oops. So I need to actually swap that and set back up. I really don't like the stipulation of not being able to revive any teammates except the main one once we're on the X4. Hmm. I don't know what we're gonna do if there's a lot of treasure chests at the end of this dungeon. I guess we'll upgrade any reds or blues to reds, but... Actually, I guess we can drop our max ethers and elixirs again. Oh, I should have recruited that clam pearl too. Oops. I'm sorry, clam pearl. Just come and steal all his stuff and leave. Oh, we don't have the camp? I guess we didn't do too much for water camps. I should maybe fix that when we get back. What is going on over there? I guess apparently they picked a fight with something. No, I did recruit, air quotes, since I'm not actually able to bring it into a camp, but I just forgot. So we walked back. Oh my, that was a lot of settlements. Level 69. Alright, so next floor is the boss slash treasure floor. I'm kinda hard pressed to think of what they could put in as a boss, so. Word of Settlements is just never ends, apparently. Which, I mean, I guess it gives us more chances for recruitment, but they don't seem too interested in hanging out with us. One time a Settlement survives and it gets paralyzed. I feel kind of bad about that. Yeah, I guess we'll do that. So yeah, you water gun that Salamence. Yeah, that's about what I thought. I don't think there was really particularly good odds for an actual boss. Considering there wasn't any, like, story tie-in, but there was, I guess, a chance of just generically finding one. Kinda like we ran into the Reggies just cause. Rock polish. Yeah, we're getting a lot of TMs lately, which are, I guess, a little preferable to the dojo tickets. It's kind of a grab bag whether they're actually good TMs or not, though. Yay, we got an Altaria. Or 50. Well, Clown Pearl wasn't really with us for too long, so it's not too surprising. Oh, that's a pretty... That Happy Murkrow picture is pretty good. Especially if you compare it to how the neutral is so nonplussed. Special Van times 3. That's an odd reward. Also, 255 rescue points. Not 250, but 255. Perfect apple's good. It's always nice to have the higher grade apples. Or apples in general, really. Energy Seed. I don't remember what those do, or I don't know if we've actually encountered them. I guess we'll have to check storage after. Yeah, Pelipper's just not showing up anymore. That's funny. I gotta stock this inviting orb so that we can bring it along to use in case, I guess, if we decide we really want those dragons from Wyvern Hill, or if I decide I'm crazy enough to go try to get Mew. Alright, that's our items in order. Oh yeah, I want to look at the those energy seeds. I guess we do have a couple. Let's see. Stores HP quite a lot, increases your max hit points. So I guess they're just like super orange berries. I guess we might take 1 or 2 when we go to do the Western Cave. Although, even with my hit point pool as it is, I don't know if it's quite enough to merit this. Because, like, sure, the Oran Berries aren't healing me to full, but we're only missing full by, like, 20 hit points. Depending on how much quite a lot is, that might not be an efficient use. Actually, can we get a description on that? Let's see. Yeah, it doesn't look like we can get a in-depth description of the exact amount restored, which is kind of annoying. It would be kind of nice if the game would actually tell us how much our healing items are healing for, without needing to just experiment. Because eating it restores hit points quite a lot is such a useless descriptor. So like, yeah, okay, so it's quite a lot. 120, 150, 200? Okay, I wasn't paying attention to the one that needed, or Clamperl needed. Ah, there we go. Deep C4. Alright, well, we're buying Deep C4 now. Yeah, I mean, we were kind of over-leveled for Wyvern Hill. So it was more or less just routine rescue at that point. I can't remember when the 54 one showed up. It might have been at the same time. But it's hard to remember exactly when everything is unlocked, because this game kind of spammed me with dungeons all at once. Apparently it's 500. I see. Okay, so no matter what we do, it's gonna be massive overheal. Cause like... what would even need that much? Like a Blissey? Oh, I guess we actually need Mystic Lake if we want the Dratini or Dragonair too. Wouldn't that have been tragic? Okay, let's bring out another 23k here and just go on a spree. It's not gonna guess everything, but we can get some of the more exotic camps for later. I don't think I care about getting Unans, though. I'm very doubtful that they'll actually be good in a fight. Alright, 3 and C we're gonna get in anticipation of some pretty exotic stuff wanting to stay there later. Oh, the newly discovered far off sea. So I guess we must be... Or there must be a bunch that are gated by camps here. In that case, if we do Final Island, will that unlock a place too? So you can find teammates that fit in the Final Island camp. Okay, well it didn't actually unlock anything though, so... Whatever, I suppose. Let's see, where is Kyogre? Kyogre only has 91 hit points. And the Ant twins have 81 and 82. The Reggies are... Well, they're not that high level, but they're at 71. So I can't imagine them getting that much higher, so... I think an impressive amount of natural hit points would probably be like 170 or 80. So they must really expect us to grind citrus berries for the heal seeds maximum amount to actually matter. Let's see, I guess if I evolved to Venusaur and then Mega Evolved and hit 99, or I guess level 100, we might be at like 250-ish or so. So yeah, we'd probably have to grind quite a bit for that to matter, the cap. It's just looking at the hit point scaling, I don't think a Blissey would even make that much of a dent. Alright, well... I guess that's about all the time we have for anything. So, yeah. Oh, apparently our Rattata's gotten up to 82 while we were away. Knight's at 92. The Speargle's at 94. 92 Wurmple, you know, with 101 natural hit points. Yeah, that experience share is crazy. Anyhow, that is gonna be it for us for tonight. I'll be back on Wednesday for, I guess, We'll still do the 54 dungeon and figure something else out. I might still want to go to the Western Cave, but we might also try out the one that we just unlocked from that camp too. Actually, before we go, we can see if we can squeeze it in. Unless it decides to be one of those ones with question mark 4s. You can see just how many there will be. 75! Okay, that might take a while. Actually, the fact that this is 75 probably means we'll have to push it off to another day. So we'll probably stick with our plan from before and do Southern Cave into Western Cave. And then we can do the Far Off Sea on Sunday or something. So yeah, it'll be Wednesday. Friday's a little bit up in the air, because of work. I'll probably end up doing something a little bit comfier if I do end up having to do the deploy for the work, so... Because I doubt I'll have the energy for a full resetless run if that's the case. So I guess I should know by Wednesday whether or not I'm gonna have to do it. So I guess I'll let you all know what I decide for that day once Wednesday hits. And then I guess Sunday will be probably Far Off Sea, but it'll also likely depend on what kind of progress we make on Wednesday. So yeah, thanks for watching everyone. Hope to see you Wednesday, and have yourselves a good night.